Oh god, I came out of nowhere. Hello! Some of my throat's in the windpipe. Forget you heard that. Forget you saw that part. Third time's charm. Hello! Welcome all my lovely goblins, ghouls, furniture, demons, and witches of the internet. I'm Anyo, your Demon Cinephile, and we get to do the final episode. Final of the first episode of Umineko. And the game's gonna go to sleep for a little bit on the channel until we finish Higurashi. Then we can jump forward back into Umineko. This is such a fantastic book. I love it so much. I love it so much. And just, we're about to hit the crescendo of craziness for the first episode. Which, the first episode is basically like a huge, long prologue. But it's good. It helps you get you good ideas about who the culprit could be. Implant certain ideas in your head right away. Establishes a formula for all the different games throughout the novel. It's good. It's good. Yeah, but we're going to jump in real quick. You know, we're starting early. Back at the 7 o'clock time slot, not the 8 o'clock. It's gonna take a minute. I can already see it's like being like 4 hours. Oh no! I was supposed to hit load. I know. Don't need to tell me, Beatrice. I'm already familiar with your work of fiction. Alright, let's load. I can't believe I did it again. Why didn't you stop me, Lady Beatrice? Alright, so last time we were in, the family came to Kinzo's study, and they started talking about the witch. More importantly, Beatrice, the woman who grandfather had an affair with. His true love, as they would put it. What the heck is with the screen? What the heck is that? The heck is you? Did I fix that? Alright, that fixed that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we got a little bit more sympathetic for Kenzo. That he dedicated his entire, basically the last, 50 years of his life trying to resurrect the woman he loved. And also kind of explains why he kind of hates his kids. That they're all byproducts of a marriage that he did not want with a woman he could not stand. I mean, does not excuse everything he did to his family, but you understand him a bit better now. If you ask me, as a woman, when will I like to be understanding a father's feelings of true love? It did leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. So, has there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The key word Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case. So it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. No. I have not heard of anything like that. If there was one memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic. Instead, maybe we should assume that there is no such child. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called Fukin House? Enough of that. That's nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Aunt Nasui. I think even you agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. Fukin House. I forgot I got mentioned this early in the story. Did they mention this part in the manga? I don't think they did. It's a worthless story. Father made a massive donation to an orphanage and had the orphans employ a servant as the head family to give them some of the job experience. The story is questioned. It's simple. Some drivel spread up by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. The rumor is supposed to imply that Kenzo. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in his room all the time. So I half believed it myself. And these servants who came from Fukin House are... There are several of them. The Shannon and Kanon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices. After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Kanikun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby. She's like, don't talk about him like that. Mind your words. When Aunt Nasui scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour, and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky word like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall. But that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating as its smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, there was an epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. What? Sacrifices. Here. What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out. 6 6 sacrifices. He's putting it together. And look at Lady Beatrice, just looking down at us foolish mortals. Both my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted, right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all our faces. That's right. It is right here in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offered to 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. No doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices. I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after he found the 6 bodies. When Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. This is the instructions for the resurrection ceremony, using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of steps. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there's to be 6 plus 2 plus 5. 13 people must die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants. But there's father, my husband, Jessica, me, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday, there are 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there would be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices. Some creepy ceremony. So, what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices? He waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year this ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in a creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Aw, isn't she adorable, folks? Have you heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny? Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands head up? There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down, you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 6s. You want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have a worse at 50 chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for extremely unlikely results. Then, The feeling for all those stored up prayers gain magical power and becomes incarnate. Hello, Ali. How are you doing? And then we are doing Umineko, and Maria is scolding these fools about magic. They're not really that okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. Nothing serious, I hope. The key is randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. Is that the serious? Well, one part of it was. Okay, that's good at least, right? Oh, sorry, there's a little thunder, thunder outside for a second. But I'm sorry. Hope it gets better. Part series, not the part series. One part it was. Sorry. I lost my thought. I lost my train of thought. That thing really distracted me. I hope you feel better and everything else. I don't want to pry too much if that's okay. Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose a day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like I used to have things like that here and there. Yeah, it'll get better though. It'll get better. Bakabakashi. I don't think I heard that one. Wait, to say ridiculous before? Are you saying this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsu yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion chain might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? I knew it wouldn't work out because there's a big age gap between us. Aww. I'm sorry. Yeah. One of those things happened to me too. It just popped up. Put this off. Yeah, it's not that bad though. You'll get it. It's fine. It's gonna hurt for a second, then hopefully it'll just go away. Had it twice back when I was very, very little. Then back when I was still in high school, I had this. I think I had this crush on one of my. I think she was my history teacher. She was like on the younger side, and I remember liking her, but like I was like what, 15, 16. It wouldn't work. Unless you no. Yeah, it really has those once in a while. Well, just hopefully nothing happens. Yeah, I think most people. I would be surprised if most people didn't have one at least. You don't anymore? Okay. If I hadn't received that charm, blah blah blah. And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit knows the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. Yeah, it's like a natural thing. You're either just like them because they're, you think they're good looking, or you just admire their age, you admire their experience, something like that. Was it? I think that was on my part. I can't really remember. That was so long ago. You thought he was good looking? Yeah. Yep. This dude was in his late 20s, early 30s. Oh no. Yeah. It happens. Or older. Probably. Who knows? The culprit knows the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had exactly done that. He's more likely in his 30s. Oh, you're making it worse. The details. But he's a good teacher? That's good. That's nice. Impossible. 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 The upper child certainly just continued to fit even after that. Oh, the second twilight. Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Could this talk be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama? Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuki just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just so you're a little bit caught up. For a second, let me find it real quick. This is the thing they keep referencing to, the epitaph of the witch. The one who attains the key must then just gonna go back. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who attains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen as the key by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasure. Once and for a last time, the witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. So this is the thing they kept referencing to. Ah! If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the 4th twilight, gouged ahead and kill. Gouged ahead and kill. George Akini's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the 2nd twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. And that's grandfather, who was burned in the incinerator. And our eyes were also drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead. No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the 4th twilight. Then Kennen-kun was, on the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought Kennen-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit. But that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes. You could read it that way. Well, I wondered about that. If those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all going to be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. Will that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Does this mean the ceremony would kill him too? No matter what? Get my drink real quick. So big and in the way. It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. Aw, Maria. She's so excited to go to the Golden Land. Everybody wants to go to the Golden Land. They just don't want to reach the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasure, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the 2nd and 3rd of the 4 treasures. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So, grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony? Ridiculous! That's insane! When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. This isn't a miracle if humanity's been chasing after for 1,000 years and still hasn't accomplished. So, is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife? With, where they'll all be restored? Yes, what you're saying right now. Would that mean that grandfather, his remaining life is slim. He was been driven mad by love. Is committing suicide? Why did I get in trouble for saying that dumb word? No. And massive forest groups. Massive forest group. Yep. Not simple words, just how copyright things. Not copyrights. POS acts about it. Term service or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? Is such a thing possible, Genji? I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than the madness to commoners such as myself. Okay, you should take that as for a yes. What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right. I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I didn't know? I would have 50 bonus or I need to take the day off. That's right. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji-san. Kenzo was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I never even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Kanekun. Furthermore, that person is still counting the crimes, just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushimiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at the time, it had already been sealed with the wax by the head's ring. Which means grandfather had handed over the ring to Beatrice while he was still alive. We take a straightforward approach. Maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Look! Another letter from Beatrice. Huh? What did she say? Maria was pointing at the table. I remember the scene from the anime. Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western-style envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What the? Aunt Nasui let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from? Just now. I just looked and it was lying there. Ugh. I don't know anything. Anything. There isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Oh god. Aunt Nasui, not Aunt Nasui. Just put the gun down. Everything's gonna be okay. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Aunt Nasui was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same. But a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Nasui had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter lying on this table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Hey, 1 second, guys. Something just popped up, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I need to go. I'll be right back. That was my neighbor. I had to go grab something real quick. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'll be there soon. Be back soon. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. My neighbor downstairs, she's trying to experiment with some cooking, and she made us what again? Coconut pies. And I had a quick little bite real quick. It was really good. I don't like coconuts like that. But I like coconuts. I just don't like. Yeah, I love the coconut flavor. I don't really like the coconut itself. But that one was pretty good. The coconuts are actually, I can actually chew them. You know, leave a weird feel in my mouth. Which is one of the reasons I really don't like coconuts. It is yummy. Battler Kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this wasn't as yet an open envelope. An unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. That's her voice. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after that torn passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When the time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter here. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's all of you. Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter here. At that time, Jessica and Butler-kun were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of these four. Beatrice is here! We aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Don't speak to Maria like that. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Ken-kun was killed. Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Ken-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them? Yes! Now that you mention it, they had no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimal small bit of time and space, is obvious. One of the four of them who has set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it in there, but it's obvious that the one of the four did it. Please calm down. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji, still calm appearance, looked so bold. Honestly, pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji. You were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father, with you as a performer? By suspecting me, you recognize me as the master's greatest servant. Then I count it a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. You expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan, too. Not content to suspect just the adults. I honestly pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shocked. At this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for last time, let me ask that question everyone had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter? Oh. Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter? How many times I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See, she's right there. Beatrice is. Don't mess with us, Maria! Enough, Jessica! Maria too! Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop steering up each other pointlessly. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed. Only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. I don't want to label you as a culprit. There is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant, and you are providing assistance to the enemy. Then, what will you do? Shoot me? I don't mind. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her here with us. But honestly, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. You're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. You mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, George Nissan? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? Yeah, I have decided to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple barbaricism. I will leave the judgment of crime to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George. Ikini. Misui, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like these, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool," 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokkenjima, not in the Ushimiya mansion. I declare it as Ushimiya Natsui, representative of the Ushimiya family. There's no witch here. I will accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Nasui would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Ikini and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. And that's right. They're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a flawless way, will we still have the right to deny the lawlessness of the witch? Oh, what do you think? You think you can deny the witch and such? You think you can deny the witch as such and get away with it? Such blasphemy has consequences. Aunt Nasui didn't tell them to leave with her own words. but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Nasui-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange, repeated incidents. So I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once. Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor, continue our chess game? If that's what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room, knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to. Madam, please forgive me. It was obvious that Kumasawa-san was trying to say, if she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory, along with the culprits. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious, just for being the first one to discover that Kane-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, honestly, and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Nasui from trying to oppressively chase them from the door. We had to stop her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. Whew. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san. It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists? So, he'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. It looked like Nozawa found Maria's raucous laugh very frightening. However, the three people had agreed to leave the study. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Well then, Nasui-san, those will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes. Please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it safe in a place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. It can't be helped, can it? There's always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt. I forgive you. Madam, the
この
key
部
to
屋
this
の
room.
鍵です。2本すべてを
I will hand
お
both
預
over
けし
to
ま
you.
す。
Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Nasui.
それから
And I will also hand
私
over
が持
my
ってい
bundle
る
of
お屋
keys
敷内の
to the
鍵
inside
束
of the mansion.
をお預けいたします。
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, for Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifference expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって
I had
退
planned that
職を許すつもりでいま
after
した。
father passed away, I will reward you for your many years of service, many years of hard work, and allow you to retire.
なのに
To treat you like this
私は
makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of
この
my
世
heart.
に恥じます。
私は
I
親
will
方様
receive
より
the master's favor.
すでに今日までの
Everything I have done
それ
until
に対する
today
ご恩
has
返し
been
の日々
repayment
であ
for
っただ
that.
けです。どうか
Please do not worry over it.
お気に病まれませんよ。
それで
Well
は
then,
参りますか
shall we,
皆
everyone?
さんおやすみなさ
Good
い
night to you all.
おやすみ。
Good night.
バトラもおやす
Good
み。
night to you.
あ、
Maria,
ちょっと待て。
wait a sec. Acknowledging of guilt made me call back Maria. What is it? I groped around my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。
Place that in the ooh? Ah, it's a magic spell. Okay, I'll stop it. This repels magic, right?
身につけとけ。
Wear it.
おー。バトラ、
Didn't you
確か
say you
落と
dropped
して
it?
なくしたって。
あんときゃ、
Right then.
なんか尺になって、なくしたと
Sounds
か。
weird
ほ
when
ら
I
吹い
do
た
it.
だけだ
Alright, fair. Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I lost it.
お前の大切なお守りを
There's no way I lost the precious
なくす
charm
わ
you
け
gave
ねえ
me.
だろ。
お
Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆
Oh
様
then, everyone,
おやすみなさい
good night to you. We watched them leave. Our expression was completely worn out. We weren't even able to respond. Alright, the survivors have been split into 2. How would it fare? Till the door closed, and we heard the auto lock. We were unable to breathe. Then, we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought that there was only 1. Ah, the 3rd magic circle. There was no characters on the 2nd sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Just like every magic circle up until then had been different. This magic circle was one I never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fitted together, in a simple design. But just as before, there was some writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be. But we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that, and if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, she is planning to display some fearful magical power. Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これ
With this,
でもう
we
安全です。
should be safe.
もう
Finally.
絶
Definitely.
対に。
Even as she said that, Aunt Nasui couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cries of the seagull once more. I love the chapter breaks. Alright. What's next? I say like I don't know the story already. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. Worst kind of crime for a human. If he had accepted the assistance of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking, face to face, trusting each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but quietly tormented by that sin? Aunt Nasui faced the door, without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting back into the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at that door without a wink of sleep. Jor Sakini gazed through the gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the country yard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious person, or shadow, would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Nasui, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Akini. But apparently Jessica liked Kanekun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might at first learn of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanekun was the one who handed her the inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we are shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who would fault me for how I used that time? No one else seemed to show that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us an uneasy anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
熱心だね。
You sure are enthusiastic.
何か手がかり
Did
に
you
なる
find
ようなこと
anything
は
that
見
might
つけられた
serve
かい
as a hint?
さっぱりさ。
Not a thing.
そもそも
The first
日
thought,
本語で書かれた本を探
the
すこと
first
からして本
part
だぜ。
is first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese.
じいさまは
Just
一
how many
体
languages could
何カ
grandfather
国語を
read?
読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
He's incredible.
バトラ君は
Aren't you
眠くないの？
tired, Battler-kun?
誰かが起きていてく
You
れ
should
て
take
る
a
うち
rest
に
while
休
someone
んだ
else
方がいい
stays
よ。
awake.
夏日おばさん
Aunt
は
Nasui said
寝番を
she
してくれ
stayed
ると
all
言ってるけ
night
ど
for us.
体
But
が
there's
持つ
no
わけ
way
ね。
her body can handle that.
ローテーションで休んだ
We
方
should
がいい
take
よ。
turns sleeping.
じゃあ兄貴が
And
先
you
に
sleep
休めよ。
first, Ikini.
俺は眠気が来るまで
I'll keep
ち
researching
ょいと
until
調
I
べ
get
物をしてる
sleepy.
さ。さっきの
You
魔
mean
法陣。
that magic circle just now? Yeah,
まあな、どうせ時間は
we
腐る
got
ほどあ
plenty
る
of
さ。
time to kill.
ベアトリーチェ様
I
が
thought
ど
it'd
ういう
be
メッセー
interesting
ジを
to
込め
find
や
out
がっ
what
た
kind
の
of
か。
message Beatrice-sama
面
put
白
in
そうだと
it.
思ってよ。
Give it a rest.
そういうの
Mess
やっ
around
て
with
ると
stuff like that, and you'll
No, no,
end up being
取り憑かれちまう
possessed
ぜ。
by something weird.
安心しろよ。
Don't worry,
俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってる
I've
ぜ。
been certified by Maria.
俺には霊的才能は
She said I got
隠
no
しなんだ
spiritual
よ。
talent at all.
マリアのこと
Were we
邪険に
too cruel
しすぎたかな。
to Maria?
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、
But mom,
もしもマリアが無関
if
係で
Maria wasn't
犯
involved
人が他にい
and
たな
there's
ら
a culprit besides her,
犯人は
then
襲い
she's
やすい相
obviously
手
a
を狙
soft
うに決まっ
target
て
for the
る。
murderer.
それで
If
殺
she's
され
killed
たな
because
ら
of this,
私たちは
then we've
見殺しに
just
したこ
left
と
her
に
to
なるよ。
die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかります
I
が、
understand you feel.
マリアは犯
But
人と接
Maria was
触し、
in close contact with the culprit.
こともあろうか、そ
She
の
might have been
肩を持
siding
つ
with
よう
them,
に煙に巻く
talking
発
like
言を
that
繰り
or
返しています。
that over and over to further confuse matters.
私は
I'm
この部
relieved
屋
that
か
we
ら追い出
chased
せて
them out.
清々しています。
That's pretty
夏日おばさんっ
harsh,
て
Aunt
結構きついっ
Misui.
すね。9歳の
It
女の
had
子の
just
ざれ
been
事かも
the
しれないじゃない
nonsense
で
of
す
a
か。
9-year-old girl. It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. But when Maria was chased out of this room, I could deny I felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、
If that is the case,
明日謝
then
罪し
tomorrow
ます。
we will apologize for what we did.
彼らをこの部屋か
I
ら追
will
い出
take
したの
full
は、
responsibility for
全て
chasing
私の
them
責
out of
任で
this
す。
room.
だから、あなた
This
たちが気
this
に病
isn't
むことは
something the
な
rest
い
of
の
you
です。
have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Nasui's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so to be. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアって
Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that?
自分で自分の
She's
首を
bringing
絞めて
about
るぞ
her own ruin.
もともとマリアちゃんが
I
魔女
think
や
the
魔法に
reason
傾
Maria
倒するようになっ
Chan
たのは
adores witches and magic so much
僕は
might be
ロー
Aunt
ザおばさん
Rosa.
のせいじゃないかと思ってる。
ローザおばさん
Aunt
のせい
Rosa?
何がどう関
What
係
did
し
she
て
have
る
to
って
do
ん
with
だよ
this?
バトラ
Did
君
you
だって
realize
気
it
づい
too?
てるんじゃないかい。
Batman?
マリアちゃんの
Maria
本当の
Chan's
父
real
親は
father ran off
ずいぶん
somewhere
昔に蒸
a
発して
long
るん
time
だ。
ago.
おばさんはそれを
Although Aunt Rosa
海
tried to
外出張とか言っ
confuse
て
the
ごまか
issue
して
by
いるけど
saying
ね。
he's on a foreign business trip,
後宮家では
talking about
ロー
Rosa
ザさん
San's
たちに
family
関わる話は
has
タブーとされている
become
とこ
a
ろがあ
kind
り
of
ます
taboo in the Oshimiya family.
おばさんは再婚だっ
I
て考
think
えた
Aunt
と思う
Rosa
よ。
thought about remarrying,
でも
but I also
マ
believe
リアちゃんの存
Maria
在が
Chan
枷になって
may have become her
非常に
shackles
難しかったんじゃ
and
ない
made
か
that
と思うん
quite
だ。
difficult.
だっておばさんは時
After
に
all, she sometimes
ものすごく
got
感
really
情的に
emotional
マリア
and
ちゃん
hit
に当たっ
Maria
ていた
Chan.
から
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさん
It
は
looked like Aunt Rosa was
マリ
trying
アを
to
好きになろう
trying
と努
hard
力して
to
る
like
ように見え
Maria,
た。ってことは
which
つまり
means
好きじゃないってことなん
that
だ
she
よ
didn't
な。
really like her.
再婚の妨げ
She
に
might
な
have
っている
thought
マリア
Maria
に
as someone who stood
思
in
う
the
とこ
way
ろ
of
が
her
あったんだろう
remarrying.
よ。
母親の感情
I
的
think
な拒
that
絶が
emotional rejection from her
きっと
mother
彼女の
must have
幼い
left
心
some
に
deep
深い
scars
傷を残
on
したと
her
思
young
うんだ。
heart.
そしてどこか
So
で
she
オ
learned
カル
about
ト趣味
this
と出会い
occult hobby from
心の隙
somewhere
間を埋
and
めるよう
immersed
に
herself
没
in it
頭
to
していく。
bury the holes in her heart.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメー
To
ジは
Maria Chan,
決してネガ
the
ティブ
image
なもの
of
じ
a
ゃないん
witch
だよ。
isn't negative at all.
ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなか
Remember
ったかい？
yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
あ
Yeah,
あ、なんだか楽しそうな
it
落書
was
きでいっ
full of
ぱいだ
all
ったぜ
those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were being adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come and using her wonderful magic could bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If forgetting claiming to be a witch of Rokunojima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy. Yeah.
僕は
Makes sense now, doesn't it?
今頃になって胸中を告白する
Now
よ。
that it comes to this, I want to confess what's in my heart.
マリアちゃんを、
Throwing out Maria-chan.
いや、
No.
ゲンジさん
Genji-san
たちを追
and
い
the
出した
rest
のは
too
多分
was probably the worst thing
いけない
to
こと
do.
だったんじゃないか
I
な。
think
気まずくは
it wasn't
あるぜ。
pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her consciousness must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの
Then
手紙をどう説明するのですか？
How would you all explain the letter?
私の後ろにいた
No one
4
could have
人
said
以
it
外
there
は
except for
誰
the
に
four
も書くこ
people
とはできなかっ
standing
た。
behind us.
それは私がこの目ではっきり確認してい
I
ま
made
す。
sure of that with my own eyes.
あの4人が
Those
潔
four
白だというなら、どう
Why?
やって
How was that
この
letter
密室の
placed in a
8人も
closed
の人間がいる
room
中で
with 8
手紙
people?
を置けたというのですか？
That's right.
その話が始まっ
When
ち
you
まう
put
と
it that way,
確
those
かに
four
4人は
really
怪しい
do
って
seem
ことになっちま
suspicious.
う。だ
But
が全然
it's
ダメだ。
all useless.
ああ
Ah,
全
it's
然
all
ダメだぜ。
useless.
ダメって
Useless.
何がだい？
What is?
あ
Right.
あもう今さら何の
It
役に
might
も立た
not
ない
be
かもし
worth
れねえが、
anything anymore.
また
So
チェ
let
ス
me
盤をひっ
spin
く
the
り返させてく
chessboard
れ。
around again.
つまり
In other words,
あの4人が
if
本
one of
当に
those
犯人だった
four
んならよ、
really was the culprit.
おかしいんだよ。
Isn't that weird? That's
そうだぜ。
right.
あんなテーブルの
Wasn't
上に
seeing
堂々
that
と置い
letter
たら、
openly on the
この
table
中に犯人がい
the
ます
same
よ
as
と
confessing that one of
告
them
白す
was
る
the
ようなもん
culprit?
じゃねえか。そうだよ。
You're right.
おかし
That's weird.
い。やるなら、
If
例
they
え
were
ば
going to do
扉
it,
の隙間に置いて
do you think they put it
廊下側から
in the
差し込
crack
まれ
the
たように
door,
見せかける
for
とか。
example? To make it look like someone had slipped in front of the outside.
そうだよ。
Of course,
部屋の外
they
に
should
犯
have
人がいる
known
ように
that
見せかけ
they
なきゃ、
be
自分が
suspected,
疑われてしまうこと
but
が
they
分かっ
didn't
てる
make
は
it
ず。
look like the culprit was outside the room.
ああ
Yeah,
そういうこと
this
なん
is
だ。
exactly.
あの4人の
The
中に
culprit
犯
was
人
one
が
of
い
those
たとして、
four.
テーブルのど真ん中
Sitting
に
the
手
letter
紙
right
を
in the
ポン
middle
と
of the
置くこと
table
は
would be both
リス
risky
クばかりで
and
何の意味
meaningless.
もないんだ。だが、
But putting
ど
aside
うやっ
whether
て
a
そこ
trick
に手
was
紙を置い
used
たかの
said
トリッ
there.
クは置いといて、あの4
If
人
we
以外
assume
の
that
誰
the
か、
culprit is someone other than those four,
この部屋の外に
in
犯
other
人がいた
words,
と仮定したとき、
someone who was outside the room,
あの手紙には
then he had a
大
lot
きな
to
意味
gain
が
from
生まれ
that
る。
letter.
よしな
Enough
さい、バトラー
that
君。
that can.
今さら些
It's
細な問
meaningless
題
to
で
discuss
す。
such matters now. Nasuli-san quickly just guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外
The
に犯人がい
culprit's
て、
outside the room.
俺たちが外からは
Then
手
they
出し
be
をできない
totally
密
stuck,
室に立てこもっちま
stuck
った
the
らお
moment
手
we
上げ
shut
だ。
shut ourselves. Then they be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this.
ああ、そうだよ。
That's right.
この部屋から
It's
じ
the
い
same
さ
as
まが
my
いな
theory
くなった
about
って
how
話のだけ。
grandfather
俺が
disappeared
披
from
露
this
した説じゃ
room,
ねえか。
isn't it?
じいさまが
That
自
theory
分から
was
出
that
ていくとい
grandfather
う
left the
説。
room of his own accord.
自分から出て
The
いくのは
culprit used some
何かの
tactic
財
to
布を
lure
犯
him
人
out,
がして
and
何度
grandfather
か
left
外へ
his
おびき
own
出していたのだとした
left
ら
of his own accord then. Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave their own accord,
だとすると、
which would mean
私たちは犯
we
人の
fell
罠
for
に
the
見事
culprit's
はまっ
trap
て、
completely.
新しい
and
生
set
贄
out
候
some
補
new
を送
potential
り出しちまったことになる
sacrifices.
ぜ。
源氏たちもバカではありません。
and the rest aren't fools.
身を守ろうと思うな
When
ら、
they try to
こ
protect
の部屋の
themselves,
次に安全な
they
場所
should
を
find the next
すぐに
safest
思いつ
place
くでしょう。
after this room.
そこできっと
They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Atnasui hadn't answered the question. Atnasui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Atnasui, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、
Hey,
夏日おばさん、
Atnasui,
きついこと聞くぜ。
let me say something a little harsh, okay?
もしあの
At that
時、
time, what
た
if,
またまジェ
by
シカも
coincidence,
おばさんの後ろにいたの
Jessica
だ。
had also been standing behind you?
おばさんはこの部屋から
Would you have chased Jessica
Jessicaも追い
from
出し
the
てたかい？
room too? You wouldn't, would ya?
確かに残酷なところはあったか
It's
もしれ
true.
ない。
A lot of real things had happened.
でも、
But as a young
夏日お
mother,
ばさんは母として
you thought you should
娘を
protect
守り
your
きろうと思
daughter
った。
no matter what.
その責務
Because of
から
that duty, You
自分
chased
が
them
やが
out,
ては糾弾され
even
ること
though
を
you
覚悟
knew
で
that you eventually be
彼らを
held
追放したん
responsible
だ。
for it.
俺は別
It's
に
not like I'm
それ
condemning
を責め
that,
てえわけじゃねえ。ただ
but
その
um,
ジェシカはいい
I
お
was
ふく
just
ろを持っ
thinking
たな
about
って
what a great mother
そう
Jessica
思っ
has.
たのさ。
そうだね。
That's right.
夏日おばさ
We've
ん
been
は
dealing with these
朝からずっ
incidents
と
since
続
the
いている
morning.
こんな事件の
We've
中で
been
も
pulling us all
冷
along
静さを
with the
失わ
whole
ず
time.
ずっと
without
みんなを
losing your
牽引して
composure.
きてくれた。もし
If
お
you
ば
were
さん
all
まで混乱
confused
してい
too,
たら
the rest of us would
僕たちは
probably
今
be in
頃
the
全員
culprit's grasp by now.
犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから
So
僕たちは
I
おば
think
さ
we all
んに
have to thank you.
感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがと
Thank you.
バトラたちの言いたいことは、
What are you two trying to say?
つまりマリアの母
That
で
you
もあ
want
って
her
ほしいっ
to
て。
act as Maria's mother too?
私、
I
マリアのこ
always
とを
thought of Maria
実の
as
妹
a
みた
real
いだ
little
と
sister and
ずっ
adored
と思
her.
って可愛がってきた。なの
And
に
yet,
いろんな
a
こ
few
とが
things happened and we
ちょ
she
っ
got
と混
got a
乱
little
しちゃって、
confused.
ひどいことを
I
た
said a
く
lot
さ
of
ん言っ
mean
て
things to
傷つ
her,
けてしまった。
hurting her.
母さん、
Mom,
お願いだよ。
please,
マリアも、
let's stay together with Maria.
うん、
No,
みんなも
everyone.
一緒に私たちの中に
There's no
犯人なんてい
culprit
なか
among
ったん
us.
だよ。こ
Among
の
us,
事件の犯人は
the culprit in this case is
魔女のベアト
the
リー
witch
チェでいいじゃないか。
Beatrice. Okay,
だから
so
もう
let's stop suspecting each other.
疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Optimistically closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again? Or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは
You are
主人と結婚し
my
て
precious daughter.
12
The
年
one
の
I
かけて
finally
ようや
received
く
a
授か
whole
った
12 years after I married my
大切
husband.
な娘です私は
I would become the worst kind of
ジェ
demon
シカを守るた
to
めなら
protect you.
どのような鬼にでもな
That
りま
was
す
some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idolized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it.
この魔法陣だ。
It's this magic circle. Inside the book I had been flipping through, I found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Akini peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. So accurate. Alignment, internal divisions, and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Wait,
おいおい、
wait a sec.
マジかよ。
Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our own current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあ、
So,
こ
this
の手
letter
紙は罠だってのかよ。
was a trap?
どうやってここに置いたんだよ。
How did they place it here?
この部
There
屋には
wasn't anyone in
私
this
たち
room
8
except
人
for
以
the
外には
8
誰
of
も
us,
いなかっ
right?
たんだぜ。
Anyway, let's
どう
ignore
や
how
っ
they
てこ
got
こに
in,
置いたのか。
got in here for
その
now.
方法は捨ておくぜ。
The culprit was after just one thing.
犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の
They
主催
want
に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして、生贄の羊を俺たちの手で
Oh,
外へ放り
I
出させる
turned
こと
my
だったんだ。
headset in my place. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out.
だとしたら
In that case,
狙いは
they're after
外へ出された人たちだ。
the ones who went out of the room. Mom! What should we do?
どうしよう。あの4人
Those four are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Nisui remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the four who had been chased out of this room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the four people we've chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That is the safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the most antique extension phone set out on the table in grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being trapped. It was natural we think of it as an SOS for the ones we chased out. But then Aunt Nisui spoke.
どうして電話が
Why a phone call?
故障していて使
The
えない
phone
はず
should
な
be
の。
broken down and unusable.
そんなことは関係ない
That
さ。
doesn't matter.
もし
If that's Maria calling for help,
そもそも
if the problem with the phones is the culprit's work in the first place,
この電話は
then this call is
おそらく
probably with that one sentence to ring the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure for some unknown person. Aunt Nisui hesitated over before to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up.
おばさん、
Aunt Nisui,
何かの理由で
the phone might be
電話が回
fixed
復
for
した
some
のかも。
reason.
マリアちゃんた
It
ち
could
から
still
の
be an
緊
urgent
急
call
の
from
電話の
Maria
可能性もあ
Chan
る。
and the rest.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
それに万
And
一
if it actually is a
犯人から
call
の
from
電
the
話だったら
culprit,
ちょうどさ。
bring it on.
話を聞いてやろうじゃねえ
Why
か。
don't we listen to what they got to say?
それにどうせ電話だ。
It's just a phone call.
受話器越し
No
に
matter
何を
what
こさ
they
えたって
babble through the
痛くも
receiver,
痒くもないぜ。
it's not like it's gonna hurt you.
おばさんが取らないな
If you don't pick it up,
ら俺が取るぜ。
then I will.
私が取ります。
I will take it.
もしもし。
Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Nisui grabbed it before I could. We all held our breaths, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Nisui kept saying, hello? 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 A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, could this phone call possibly really be? Nisui stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away from the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Huh? Is someone...
歌
Is someone singing?
歌って
What do you mean sing?
何ですか、おばさん。
I
わかりません
don't。know.
電話の向こうで
Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can't hear
誰
someone
かが
sing.
歌っているのが聞こえます。何のこと
I
や
wonder what it could be.
ちょっ
Give
と
it
受
here
話
for a
器を
sec.
借りますぜ。もしもし。
Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Nisui hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything, but because it had been told about beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. It sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing from far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. Yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call. Who was it?
おい、
Hey!
もしもし。
Oh!
返
What
事
is
をし
it?
ろ。
Answer me!
歌ってる
Is,
のはマリアなの
is
か。
that Maria singing?
返事をしてくれ。
Answer me! What's
何が起こってん
happening?
だよ。どういうことだ。
What is it?
わからね
I don't know.
え。一つ言えることは
All I can say is
多分
this is probably a
これは
trap,
罠で
and Maria is in trouble.
マリアが危険だってことだけだ。
Aunt Nazuli took the receiver again, but after yelling to it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones were working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Nasuli's reaction, the outside telephone line didn't still connect.
行こ
Let's go.
う。罠かもしれないことは分かってて
If we
も
know it might be a trap, we have to go.
ああ、
Yeah,
まったくだぜ。
definitely.
ジェシカと夏代おば
Just
さん
go.
はここにいてくれ。
Honestly, stay here. When Aneki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Nasulia stopped us.
お待ちなさい。
Hold it.
あなたたちだけ
I
に
cannot
行かせ
let
る
you
わけ
go
にはいき
alone.
ません。私も行
I
き
will
ます
go。too.
ジェシカはここ
Just
で
go.
待ちなさい。
Wait here.
私だけ
What?
のけ者か
So
よ。
I'll be the only one left out?
冗談じゃない。
Nice try.
私も行くぜ。
But I'm going too.
そうだ。
Yeah. Might be better that
その
way.
方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が
The goal of
俺
that
たち
phone
をさ
call
ら
was
に
to
分
split
散
us
させ
up
る狙いがあ
further.
るってんなら
And it wouldn't be a good idea to
物
leave
産を
someone to
残すの
watch
は
this
適
room.
当じゃね
議論する暇
There's
も
no
惜し
time
い
to argue.
みんなで行こ
Let's
う。
all go. Aunt Nasulia raised the rifle again and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. They're leaving the room. Wait a second. Need to take another quick little break. Nothing that long though. Not that long. Be right back. Okay, back. Alright, so we just left to study and search for the rest of the survivors. Then the four of us left to study. When we left to study, which would have been the safest place in the mansion. For doing this, we've been lured out, even though we have barricaded ourselves in a safe closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. Where are you? Answer me! I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making it less stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
Maria-chan wa tasaka kyaku made
Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs.
そうですね。
That's right.
行ってみましょう。
Let's try there.
みんなは周りに用心して。
Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. With Aunt Nosui in the center, her rifle ready and finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore, had been dragged out into a dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This is a separate world, where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Nosui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card, and that the culprit feared. You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like Kanon-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like making my parents' case, wouldn't be easy. You think the culprit has that kind of animal strength? They probably had some kind of weapon, device that can shoot or pound those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Kanon's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks. Could I do anything to combat it? Will just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once, and they discussed that inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there are four of us here now. Apparently, I was the only one person thinking this. Jorosakini, Juska, and of course Aunt Nosui were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? Because of the seas of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When you listen carefully, we can hear. Oh god, I hear it in my ear. I hear it too in my ears. What the heck? What the heck? When you listen carefully, we could hear it faintly. We could hear Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically. She was at graduation ceremony she had been ordered to do. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone had probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that? In the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over. Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. Oh, I hear her voice getting closer. The door of the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Necily put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. When George Akini stopped her,
扉は僕が開ける。
I'll open the door.
夏日おばさんとバトラー君は
Aunt
武器
Necily,
を構えてて。
Battler Kun, ready your weapons.
わかりました。
Understood.
気をつけて。
Take care.
開けると同時に
They
攻撃してくる
might
かもしれ
attack
ない
as
ぜ
soon as we open it.
ジョージ兄さん
George Nissan,
注意して
watch yourself. Sure.
じゃあ
Then
行くよ。
I'll open it. Wait, what? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Necily took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of them had a clue which one was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test for several keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We've been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things that occurred outside that room that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That blameless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
It's open.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ジョージ君とジェシカは
George
後ろに下がって。
Jessica, move behind me.
おばさん
Aunt Nisui,
一気に飛び込んで
let's
左
jump
右に
at
分
the
かれよ
same time and split up in different directions.
扉を開けてボサッ
We
と
just
した
stand
ら
around after opening the
例の
door.
アイスピックが
Those
ど真ん中
ice
に飛ん
picks
でくる
might
かもしれ
fly
ない
out
ぜ
through the center.
承知しています。
I agree.
いいですか？
Ready?
やっぱ
I
嫌だ
really wish I
って
could
言
say
い
no.
てえな
I ready myself. If they are going to be throwing out ice picks, I'll whack them with this candlestick.
行きます。
Go! Aunt Necily and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor. Quickly splitting up left and right, searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But when our eyes landed on was an incredible, strange sight. Oh, it was? I'm guessing it was nothing that bad. probably after saying sweet and wholesome. See? Wholesome. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, and had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... that's right. This is how this whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents. In the end, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd been brutally plunged their faces into a tomato pot pie and all squished up. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee. That's right, of course, it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and on the seventh twilight was the knee gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Spa-chan's calf, I couldn't help but sarcastically laugh. That's right. On the sixth twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouged the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouged the leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. And the next one, the ninth twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall, the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. I love the Blair Witch reference. It's so awesome. She faced from the horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over and over and over. There's nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the three who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still on his hook. Off his hook. Providing that this was the room the call had come from. I just know the detail of all the blood on her. A little bit right there, some right there, a little bit on her legs. Just that, and Maria, her back to the scene, she kept on seeing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Yes, again, Golden Slaughter is playing and it's so good. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we have found her, we should have been running up to her. Running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Even though it, but they couldn't say it. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. It's that crazy. No one couldn't be. Stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Nasui and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept on singing. With the candle saying, "Oh, my phone just almost fell." Had it hanging off the side of the desk. With the candle stands ready, I ran up to her and forcefully, no, violently, slammed my hand down on her shoulder. That scared you? Sorry. It was like hanging on the desk. So I tried to move it for a quick second and just like flopped. Then I pulled it on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. No, Maria! How dare you hurt her? Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell, as though unhappy at having her sing interrupted. Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. What is this? Who did it? You already know. Beatrice! Beatrice did it! Beatrice exists! Cut that crap! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all. Quit it, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, this time, you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter? Beatrice did it. Well, in that case, it's certain. There's a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did it kill these three people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me. Okay? Jorazakini, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria, so that their eyes met and talked so very kindly. Maria-chan, why are you facing the wall and sing? Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. So, did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then? Everyone came to the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door. It was locked when we got here. But then, how did Beatrice get into the parlor? Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into the butterflies and came through the cracks in the door. Huh? Probably joking at a time like this? Like how did that happen? No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's very. I can't say it's so many deep spoilers, but it's so sad. It's actually really sweet when you understand the meaning. What are you saying? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't say it. No matter how I say it, you don't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
みんなはどうしたの？
Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she selected 3 sacrifices from 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said, I'd be fine. Why do you think? It was because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars. The one that Battler used to pray for my safety. The one he put in his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me. And me alone. So, she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. Come, face the wall, and sing for me. You'll sing so... You'll sing lots and lots of songs. So no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, sing lots of songs. Lots of fun songs for me. So, I was singing the whole time. Over and over. So I didn't hear anything. Didn't know anything. Then all you came. Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I have enough of this talk. How old is she? Maria is 9. As if witches could exist. As if I let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I don't know. What do you think? Well, what do you think? Is it magic? Is Maria possessed by a witch? Is she a witch herself? I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. No 9-year-old spoke with that. Well, you have to come to your decision with that. That's one of the fun things about Umineko. It's all mysteries, and there's so many different ways you can interpret every little thing. The legend will remain a legend forever. I will acknowledge something like that. You just feel like there's something up with her. I don't know. I can't say anything. Well, I'd love to, but too many spoilers. Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came, and Maria had to obey. Was unable to resist. Huh? Aunt Nasui? She isn't here. What? Mom? Where did she go? Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that they're reaching the 8th twilight. They might left a letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armored as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tug at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom? Mom? What's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Natsui had picked up the candle stand, which Butler had thrown at the wall, which had fallen onto the floor. She had skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors, like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught subtly, and it really did make a steady seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsui's ears or not? Uh-oh. That's his theme. Oh, the mansion. It's all cleared out. It's time for our guest of honor. Natsui's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsui threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. Ready her rifle again, in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I am Ushimiya Natsui, representative of the Ushimiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light was shown in the center of the room, everything was bolted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies, glittering in gold squirmed, tinkled, and sneered. Natsui gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the golden butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe it. That something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushimiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushimiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let's settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushimiya family? I, Ushimiya Natsui, or you? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Oh, Natsui, your pride. So dangerous, stupid, I can almost admire it. The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsui readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Wait, golden staff, what the heck? The first time I heard about this Beatrice having golden staff. Natsui's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been buried in it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. Oh, gunshot. At that time, we heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gun firing at once. You must have run off by yourself. Wait, was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Nasui just shoot? At whom? At the culprit? The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground, bathed in light, aired in the beauty of that silence. Aunt Nasui lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Nasui. On Aunt Nasui's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of a pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder and smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Nasui still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? I don't get it. Why did Aunt Nasui run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria-chan, Aunt Nasui left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it. What did Aunt Nasui read? Why did she... How was she lured out? I don't know. I don't care about that. Who cares about that? What the hell? What? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Nasui's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Akini, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. Is this supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The coconut pie. Downstairs. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. In the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attend to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now. There, all the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all the today's tragedies didn't happen. as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? Beatrice is the witch. She's the witch in the portrait. There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely going to die. I'm definitely not going to die. Not until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor. I'm definitely not going to die. Is she real or something? Why is she so important? I don't know. I'm not sure if Beatrice is real. Do you believe in witches? Do you believe that witches could exist? No? Don't be like Battler. You got to believe. Give it up, Battler. That was in the 1800s. Witches are more than just simple magicians. Dungeons are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I turned at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it'll be 12 at night. In other words, 24. When you think about it like that, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 24, but it can also be called 0. At the hour of the accumulation of the previous day, at the same time, is hour 0 as the next day begins. And it was around 1400s to like 1800s, so like it got like a long time. Beatrice! Yeah, you're far off. Maria suddenly called out happily. I knew. Maria suddenly called happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Ikini stood there confused, I looked down at the barrel of the rifle, gazing to the darkness. And people today are dum-dums. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in the decoration, and then Maria was running up to us. The portrait's subject. You gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like, I fall for something like this? Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded in. And I sighted the victim down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? I won't accept the assistance of a witch. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. A painting? There's just a painting. Why is there two voices? as the witch. No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 24. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the accumulation of this day, and the tone informing us that all has returned to nothing. The rule that the witch who would win when the time ran out had already been revealed. The journey has ended, and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestowed 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. And one shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Ah! Alright, the game's over. Maria's weird. Maria's not weird. She's just a little different. She is. Yeah, that's why I relate to her so much. But she doesn't act like a 9-year-old. Yeah, she acts a little bit more like a witch. Oh, the storm has passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished the seagulls returned to the harbor once again, let their lively cries be heard. Afterward, the police came and conducted an investigation on the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unmatchable gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chance of survival for any of the 18 were dim. Just how gruesome has the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were only the ones who got to hear the tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. But many years later, a strange wine bottle had been drifted onto the waves of the pier. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon the cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Though this notebook fragment, people were finally led to truth of the mysterious October 4th. This incident was later called the many names, the Rokujima Massacre, the 18. So fast! Lovers of the occult claim that it was all the result of an immortal ceremony that sealed the island away. However, not one of these interruptions told the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment described this mysterious incident, not revealed the truth of what happened, or perhaps even the writer didn't know. According to the writer, her name was Ushimiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result, an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged her chance of survival to be hopeless. And so, let us conclude the tale of the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushimiya left. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there are many not to be corpse who have been I can read that so fast. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend, serial murders, had not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch, results. Ushimiya Kraus died in the first twilight, chosen as a key. Ushimiya Rudolph died on the first twilight. Ushimiya Kirei died in the first twilight. So basically this is all how the list of everybody died throughout the first game. And to basically fix what I just butchered, all the events of this story have been told from a scrap of notebook in a wine bottle that someone found on the pier. Wait, so who was the bad guy or whatever? I don't know. Do you believe it was the witch? That it was the witch's doing? Or maybe it was one of the greedy family members who posed as the witch. The witch will praise the wise and bestow upon them the 4 treasures. George lost his fiancée. Jessica chose the boy who had liked and lost. Maria chose the love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle. When the seagulls cried, none were alive. You don't know? Well, this is a long mystery. I haven't seen most of this game. I wasn't really paying attention to the stream. Well, this is basically one long introduction to the mystery. And there's what if I'm to believe right, there's a little bit more though. This isn't the complete end of the first chapter. Yeah, the first chapter is basically just one huge introduction. Addition to new features, the Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in the commemoration of your stay. You can, yeah, this is one giant long. This is one of the longest things ever written. I can't remember the word count exactly, but this book drafts the Bible, and it makes the Bible look like a little novella. Because Ryukishi, the author, is a sadist. Tea party. There's a wasp out your window. Oh no! Close the window. Make sure it doesn't get in. The tea party. Okay, this should be it. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokujima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. Yes. Oh no, Ryan. Don't. Hopefully it just leaves you alone. Hopefully.
Oh, mina. Umineko no naku koro ni otsukare-san.
Okay, that's good. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko no naku koro ni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what's going on when the story ended. I don't think it can really see me. Don't count on that. I think, if I remember correctly, bees and wasps have pretty good memory. So, what just happened? Was that basically the bad ending? Where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? It won't bother you. Yeah, that's what it is most of the time. Definitely a bad ending. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look out for the culprit, but we didn't even take a shot at it. That's right. Oh yeah, this is Shannon. She's one of the servants. That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. I wondered about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met in horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, 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 lick. Speaking of horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She has such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed, right? In the beginning? And on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's right, that's the worst. That was my role, so there was no way around it. It's nothing for you to worry about. And this is canon. They're kind of like siblings, but not really. It's kind of complicated. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Kenneth's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him. It was showdown with the culprit, right? With a whole bunch of... It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? Though, in the end, I wasn't able to get a solid hidden. Still, I think Kenneth's death was a big hit. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious. So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over. Ugh. Sorry. I don't want to believe it. But that does prove the culprit was the witch calling herself Beatrice. That's right. There are many strange things that happen that a human couldn't do. Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed room. A human can do it. So, no, I know. Don't talk about Lady Maria that way. Not only is the existence of 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. And we probably met at the very end. We met the Golden Witch. Like I said, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. I can talk about her all I want. You can. Maria can hurt you. Probably. Even one of her witch friends say that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. Maybe, maybe not. It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath, up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Beatrice-sama probably has her reasons. You're not afraid of a 9-year-old. But are you afraid of a witch? Are you afraid of the witch? The song of the epitaph represents Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony. Many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have been designed to be one of those. Witches aren't real? Stop sounding like Battler. Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
でも
Well,
こう言っ
it
ちゃ
feels
な
a
んだけ
bit
ど
weird saying this,
僕はてっき
but
り
I was sure this
本
story
格
would
ミステリ
fit
ーだと
into
思っ
a
てたから
standard
ね
mystery genre.
ファンタジーだ
I'm a
と
bit
分かって
surprised to find
ち
out
ょっ
that
と
it's a
驚いてるよ
fantasy.
遺産をめぐ
After
る
all,
外界から
a
隔離
Western
された
mansion
孤
shut
島の
away
洋
from the
館者なん
outside
て
world,
推理
an
物の
isolated
王道だ
island
と思ってた
with
から
an
さ
inheritance problem on everyone's minds. It sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
ふーん。ファンタジーじゃない。
It's not fantasy.
ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Beatrice exists.
ええ、
Yes,
わかっています。
we understand.
ベアトリーチェ様
Beatrice Sama does
いらっ
exist.
しゃいます。
そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様
Beatrice
が
Sama does
いらっ
exist.
しゃいます。
悔しい
I hate to
が
admit it,
認
but
め
I
ざる
got
を
no
得ねえよ
choice.
な。19
Beatrice
人
is
目の魔女の
obvious
関与
that
は明
19th
らかだし
person,
な。
a witch, was involved.
人間
Many
には
things
不可能
happen
な
that
ことをいく
it'd
つ
be
もやっての
impossible
け
for
てる
humans.
劇中の僕ら
During
は
the story,
そ
we
れを
tried
否
to
定した
deny
くて
that all
あれこれと考
in
えたけれども
such ways.
今なら
But now,
はっきり言える
I
よ
can say it for sure.
どれもい
Each
ずれも
crime, every
全
single
て
one,
人
would
間
have
には
been
不可能な
impossible
犯
for a
罪だっ
human.
た魔法の
They'd
力
be
を使
impossible
い
to
こな
carry
す
out unless it
魔
was
女のベア
the
トリー
witch
チェにしか成し
Beatrice,
得ない犯
using
行
all
だよ
of the power magic could provide.
犯人は魔
The
女だった。
culprit was a witch.
その一点において
That point is
何
perfectly
の
clear.
曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様、
Long live
万歳ってわけだ。
Beatrice.
みんな
Everyone
信じた。
believed.
マリア
I'm
は
so
嬉しい。
glad.
神様も魔
Gods
女
and
も
witches might
こ
seem
うなる人
terrifying to
には
people
恐ろし
who are
い存在
frightened
か
of
も
them,
しれませんけど、信
but I
じ
think they
敬う
must
人
be
にとっては
affectionate to those who believe and
慈
respect
しみ
them.
のある存在に違いないと思います。
I think you're right.
姉さんの。じゃあさ、
So this murder
せっ
case
かく
game
殺
is
人事件
finally
ごっこは
over.
終わったわけだし、ここで気を
Now,
取
the
り直
time
して
to pull
ちゃ
ourselves
んとベア
together
トリーチェの言う
and
通り
try hard to
自分
solve the
の
riddle
謎
of the
に挑戦
epitaph,
してみねえか。
just like Beatrice. Oh, it's fine. It's not that bad. You're about to get a lot worse soon.
賛
I agree.
成。きっとベアトリー
Beatrice
チェ
will
の
definitely be
ようだ。
happy.
劇中では
If I ignored the
みんな無視し
letter
てたか
during
ら
the
ね
story,
あの手紙は
せっかく
even
出
though it
題
was
されたの
thrust
に
right in front of
ほ
us,
とんど無視
we
されて
almost completely ignored it.
なんだかかわいそ
I
う
kind
で
of
す
feel
ね。
sorry for
ベアトリ
Beatrice
ーチェ
Sama.
様。
気分のメモがあ
I
る。
got the epitaph written down right here.
みんなで謎
Let's
解
all
き。
solve
み
it.
んなで
Let's
謎
all
解き。
solve it. Her high-pitched voice makes my ears bleed too.
物語は多分この
The
時点か
story
ら
probably
間違
went
ってたんだ
wrong
ろう
ever
ね
since that time.
そうかもしれませ
And then
ん。
maybe so.
私たちは
Maybe we should
ベア
try
ト
to
リー
solving
チ
the
ェ様の
epitaph
ご指示
riddle
通り
from the very
自
beginning.
分の謎に
like
挑む
Beatrice
べきだ
said.
ったのかもしれません。
まあ、
Well, it's a little
すっ
late
かり
now.
遅くなっちまったけどな。今からで
Even
も
so,
再
let's
挑
try
戦する
solving
って
now
こ
and
とで
see if the witch
魔女
forgives
様には
us.
許してもらおうぜ。ささ、
Let's go.
自分の謎
Let's
に
try
挑
to solve
戦
the
してみ
riddle
な。
of the epitaph.
何何
It was something like,
懐かし
Behold, the
き
sweet fish
故郷を
river
貫く
running through my
愛
beloved
の
hometown. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened it to the pages where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Let's pause. Oh,
ちょ
there
っ
you
と
go.
待てよお前ら
Hold on a second, you guys. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I know, right?
お前ら
I've been listening to you guys for a while, but
何を思考停止
why
してん
did you
だ
all stop thinking?
なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってん
Why
だ
are you
よ
so sure that a witch was behind all of this?
そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ
Don't you realize something like that can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right.
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。
That's right.
どの事
None
件
of the
も
cases
人
could
間
have
には
been
無理なこと
possible
ば
for
か
a
り。
human.
そうですよね。
That's true.
だって人間
After
じ
all,
ゃ説明がつか
It's
ないこ
full
と
of
ばかり
things
じゃ
that
ないで
humans
すか。
couldn't explain.
バトラ様が
I don't understand
何を
what
言い
you're
出す
saying,
のか僕
Battler
にはわ
sama.
かりません。
What? I'm the only one who doesn't have a clue what you
何
guys
を
are
口々
talking
に言い出
about.
すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの
Is
人
it
間が起
obvious
こした
that
事件
human
に決まっ
committed
てる
these
じゃねえか。
crimes?
魔女なんているわ
There's
け
no
ね
way
えだろ
something like that, like a witch exists, right?
じゃ
Th-
じゃあ
then
私が倉庫
What
の
about
中で
when
殺
I
され
was
てた
killed
時
in the storehouse
顔の半
and
分を
something
ひどい
horrible
こと
was
にさ
done
れて
to
いました
half of
が
my face?
あれは人
If the
間の
culprit
犯人
was
なら
human,
どう再
how
現す
could
ると
they
いう
have
のですか？
accomplished it?
そりゃ
That's
あ
well,
まあどうやったら
it's
あんな
hard
ひ
to
どい
imagine.
ことができるのか
But they did something
ちょっ
that
と想像は
awful.
つかないけどよ。でも
But
あ
that
そこ
was
はバ
the
ラ庭
Rose
園の
Garden
倉庫だぜ。
storehouse, right?
きっと
I'm sure there were
中に
plenty
妙な
of
道具とか
those
がい
weird
くらで
tools
もあっ
in
ただ
there.
ろう。わかんね
Let's say
えけ
they
どよ。
used some
例え
electrical
ば
tools like a grinder
電のことか
or electrical
グラインダ
saw.
ーとか。そんな電動
そう、
That
それは
that's
その じゃあ
then
バトラ
Battler
じい様が
How
密
do you
室の書
explain
斎から消え
grandfather's
去っていたの
disappearance
は
from the
ど
study
う説明するん
when
だ
it
よ。
was a closed room?
扉は封
Even though
印
the
され
door
て
was
いたの
sealed,
に、じい様
grandfather
は
just
突
suddenly
然と消え
disappeared,
去ってたぜ。
right?
その
We
話
talked
は
about that during
劇
the
中
story
でも出
too.
ただろう。じい様が
It's
何ら
not
かの方
possible
法を
that
使えば
grandfather used some
レ
trick
シ
to
ートをご
fool
ま
the
かすこと
receipts.
は不可能じゃない。あるいは窓か
It's
ら出
also
て
possible that he went out the window, fell down,
夏代
and
おばさんが
obviously locked
窓を内側から
locked
施
the
錠した可
window
能
from the
性もある。
inside.
別に魔法を使わなくたって
I can think of a bunch of tricks
他にもい
you
くつか手は思い
use
つく
without
だろう
relying
し
on
な。
magic.
そ
Then
そ
that
れは
makes sense,
そうだけ
but
どよ。
なら
in
バ
that
トラ
case,
君、
Battler can.
僕のお母
How
さ
do
ん
you
たち
explain the
が
way my
客
parents
室
were
の中で
killed
殺
in
さ
the
れてい
guest
たの
room?
はどう説明するんだい？扉に
The
は
door was sealed by the
鍵
lock
も
and
チェーン
chain.
もかかってた。無論
Naturally, the
窓
window
もね。
was sealed too.
どうやって人
How
間
do you
に
think a human
母さ
could
んたちを
kill my
殺せたって言うん
parents?
だい？
まあ
Well,
確かに
we did have to
その
leave
トリッ
that
クは
trick alone
劇
during the
中でも
story.
保留になったままだったな。とにかく
Anyway, there's at
犯
least
人
a
は
good
鍵だ
chance
け
that
は
the
持ってる
culprit
可
had a
能性が
key,
高いからな。チェーン
and
に許
it
される
was
程
possible
度
to
の
lock the
扉の
looks
隙
in
間
through
は
the,
確保
the
できた
crack
わ
of
け
the
だ。
door with that chain allowed.
非
I
常
don't
に
know.
苦しい
I
話
know
だが
this is stretch,
そ
but it's
の
possible
隙間か
some
ら
device was
何
used
かの
through
仕
the
掛け
crack.
を施した可能性はあり得るな。いや、
Like maybe they
あるい
stuck
は
something through it.
その隙間から何かを追った。
Well,
確か
even
に
though a
チェ
door
ーン
chain
っ
is
ての
incredibly
は
simple,
えらいシ
it's
ン
a
プル
big
だな。
factor in setting up a closed room.
密室だが
Still,
密トリック
it's
なん
probably
て
some closed room
およそや
trick
り尽
they
くされ
could
てるんだ。
use.
そこいらの書店で
You bought
密
some
室ミステ
closed
リーを
rooms
数
to
冊買って
mystery
くりゃ
novels from the
どう
bookstore.
せビンゴなト
You
リック
could
が
probably
見つか
find
るだ
some
ろう
trick
ぜ。
that fit perfectly.
とにかく
Anyway, I can't
俺
think
には
of
思
one
いつかない
now,
が
but I
ど
claim
う
that
にか
there
や
is
りくれせ
nothing
や
humans
人間にで
can't
きないこ
do
とはない
if
だ
they
ろう
try
って
hard
断
enough.
言できる。
それはひどい暴
Isn't
論
that
じゃないかい？
argument horribly irrational?
説明で
It's
き
just
ないのに
ridiculous to claim
人
that
間に
it's
可能だと
impossible
断
for a
言
human
で
to
き
do
るなんて
something,
めちゃ
even
めちゃだ
though
よ。
you can't explain it. Just can't explain how.
何
Why
が
is that
どうめちゃめちゃ
ridiculous?
なんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考
Why
停
do
止
you all
してるん
stop
だよ。
thinking?
一見でき
Even
なさそうに
something
見え
that
ても
looks
どう
impossible
せできるんだ
has
よ
to。be doable.
これが
Doesn't
お
it
約
fit?
束ってもんだろうが。
It always works like that.
めちゃめちゃなのはバト
You're
ラ
the
の
one being
方だぜ。
ridiculous.
人間
If
に
you
でき
think
るってんな
human
ら
could have
説
done
明
it,
してみろよ。
try explaining how.
できねえだろ
You can't, can you?
できなきゃすぐ
And
に
you're the one
犯
saying
人は
that
魔
the
女ってことで
culprit is
落
a
ち着
witch
くのか
just
よ。
because I can't explain it.
その論法で言っちまったら
With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch which is the culprit?
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何
You're
も説
sidestepping
明して
issue,
ない。
and you aren't explaining anything.
マリアたちは
We're saying a human could have done it.
だから人間じゃ
Couldn't
ない
have
存
done
在
it.
が犯人。
Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human.
それが魔
And
女
that
だと
something
そう言っている。
Is a witch.
なのにバト
And
ラ
you keep
は説明できな
arbitrarily
いけど
deci-
魔女はあり
deciding
えない
that
とか
witches
一
are
方的
impossible,
な決めつ
even
けで
though
言
you
ってる。
can't explain anything. It's
まるで
almost like
無知な時
humanity
代の
was
人類
during,
のようだね。
during the Dark Ages.
地球が
Like
回
those
ってる
fools
は
who
ずが
claim
ない
that。heaven
説
spun
明は
around
で
the
きない
earth.
けど、宇宙が地球
Those
を
who
中
said
心
that
に
the
回っ
earth
てる
couldn't
ん
be
だと言
spinning
い張
even
る
though
愚か者
they
の
couldn't
よ。
explain why.
な
Kind
ん
of
だか
argument
気に入らね
pisses
え
me
願
off.
望だがつまりお
So
前
this
ら
is
は
a
こう言いたい
basically
のかよ
what you're saying? What you're trying to say?
人間に可能
If
だ
I
と
can
説明
explain
でき
how
な
a
いなら
human could do it,
犯
can
人
do it,
がベアトリーチェである
then I
こと
must
を
accept that the culprit is a
受け入れろ
witch.
ってことかよ。
そこま
It's
で
not
押
like
し
we're
付けてい
forcing
る
you
わけ
to
で
go
はあり
that
ません。
far.
ただ
We're
バ
just
トラーさん
wondering
は
on what basis you
何
can
を
say
根拠
such
にそのような
nonsense.
弱い事を言い出すのかと思いまして
Gaslighting my boy, and I love it.
よまいごとって
Nonsense.
な
Hey,
な
have I really been
俺
saying
って
something
さっき
that
から
weird
そんな
just
に変な
now?
こと言ってるかおかしい
Am
のは
I the
俺な
one?
のか
Am I the one who's crazy?
さっき
You
から
guys are really starting to
誘
freak
拐
me
だ
out.
ぞ
バトラー様
Butler-sama,
僕は
when I died in the
自分が死
boiler
んだ
room,
時
I was killed by a
ボイラー室で
19th person.
存在しないはずの
You shouldn't exist.
19人目に殺されていますそ
Can
れ
you
が人
explain
間
how
の
a
仕業だ
human
と
could have
説
done
明
that?
できるのですかあの時
At that time,
18
the
人
locations
の
of
所
the
在は
18
全
were
員がは
well
っ
known.
きりしていましたにもかか
Even
わら
so,
ず
I was killed.
僕
その件も
We talked about
劇
this.
中で言ってる
We
ぜ
talked about that in the story as well, right?
例えば
Kumasawa
Kumasawa
Spa-chan, for example.
カノン君が
She
ボイラ
said
ー
she
室に
would
降り
follow
てから
right
すぐ
after
後を追
you
ったと言って
and
る
headed
が
down to the boiler room, but we
Jeez,
can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not.
一緒にボイラー室
For
に
all
入
we
って
know, she might
不意
enter
をつ
the
いて
boiler
ぶっす
room
り行っちまっ
with
たの
you
か
and
もしれ
caught
ね
you by surprise.
あるい
Or
は
maybe when
ボイラー室
you
に踏み
step
込む
into
と
the boiler room,
何かのト
you
ラップが発
activate
動し
some
て
kind of trap.
例の
One
ア
that
イ
might
スピ
have
ックが
been
打ち
set
込
up
ま
to
れる
hit
ように
you
仕掛けら
with
れて
one
い
of
たの
those
かも
ice
しれない
picks. Sorry for the little pop. The earplug fell on my head and tapped against the desk.
何しろ焼却炉
After
から
all,
じいさまの
the
遺体の
stink
悪臭
of
だ
grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator.
必ず誰かがやってくる
Someone
わ
was
けだか
bound to
ら
go and check on it,
仕掛けだけ
so
施
that the
せば
culprit just set up a
犯人は
trap
その場を離れ
beforehand. They could
カノン君の
easily
死
have
亡時刻にアリバ
stayed
イを作る
away
ことは
from the
十
place
分で
and
きる
used the time of Kennington's death to create an alibi.
ボイラー室のト
You
ラッ
talked
プ
about a trap in the
っ
boiler
てどんな
room,
のですか？
but what kind of trap could that be?
そうだよ
That's right.
あの後
Following
す
his
ぐみ
death,
んながボイラー室
everyone
に駆けつ
immediately
け
ran
た
over to the boiler room.
でもそんな変な
But
仕掛
we
けは
didn't
見
find
つけられなかったじゃないか
any kind of weird device, did we?
さようです
That's correct.
バトラ様
Butler-sama,
どんな
what
仕
kind of
掛
trap
けで
could I have been killed with?
僕は殺されたというのですか
いや
Well,
うん
I
それはわからない
know that.
でも
But anyway,
とにかく
that must have used some
何
kind
かの
of
仕掛け
clever
をう
trap,
まくやって
or
た
maybe
な
someone's
あるいは
lying.
誰かが嘘をついてこうも考えられるぜ
Or what about this? Need to stand for a second. Not leaving, just need to stand up. Or what about this?
そもそもあれは
Kennington.
カノン君の
What if the whole
自作
thing
自
was
演だった
just
とかな
you play acting?
そうだ
That's it. You were
自作自演
play
だ
acting.
エヴァおばさんたちも
Aunt
自
Eva
作
and
自
Uncle
演なんだよ
Hideyoshi were also play acting.
自分で
They
密
made
室を作り死んだ
The
ふりをし
closed
た
rooms themselves, and were only pretending to be dead.
バトラ
Batla,
お前
how has your head been,
さっきから頭
um,
大丈夫か
feeling okay?
あの
Should
冷
I
たいお
bring
飲み物で
some
もお
cold
持ちしましょう
drinks?
か？
Don't,
そこまで
don't look
あ
into
れの
those
目で
pitying
見られるほど
pitying
妙なことは言っ
eyes.
てねえ
I'm
だろ
not saying something that crazy, right?
俺はあくまで
I'm just pointing out
トリ
some
ックを考える上で
possibilities.
の可能性
You
に
might
ついて
find
言っ
it-
ただけだぜ
You might find if you think of it all as a trick.
それにほら
Look, it's
死者が
pretty
実は
classic
死んでない
trick
なん
in
て
mystery not
推理
stories
物のお
to
約
have
束じゃ
one
ねえか
of the
よ
victims just be playing dead.
お約束って
A classic trick.
うん、
In
つまりだ
other words,
カノン君が
when
殺され
Kaneki
た
was
時
killed, we knew
確か
for
に俺
sure
たち全員の所在ははっ
where
きりしてい
all the
た
rest of us were.
そして
Let's assume
熊
that
沢のばあちゃんも嘘はつい
Kumasawa
てないと
wasn't
する
lying.
でも
But
そ
that's
れは
only
生存者だけの
counting
話だ
but that's only counting the survivors.
もし死んだふり
What
を
if
し
the
て犠牲
culprit
者に混じり
pretended to be dead
姿をくらまし
and
ていた
joined
犯
a
人が
group
別
of
行
real
動をしていたと
victims?
したら
So we lose
全ては
track of
説
them
明できる
and then acted on their own later. Everything would be explained.
は
Ah,
あ、つまり
so
エヴァ
are
おば
you
さんたちが
trying
犯
to say
人だ
that
と言いたいわけ
Eva
か
or one of the others was the culprit?
でも
But didn't
おばさん
Dr.
たちの
Nanjo
死亡に
confirm
ついては
all their
南
deaths?
條先生が
as a
医者
doctor?
として判断してるぜ。
そうで
That's
す。
right.
南條先
Dr.
生は
Nanjo checked all the
す
victims.
べてもしバトラさ
That
んの
lets
説
someone
を採
for
用する
your
な
theory to work. Wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too?
ということになりますか。
ああ、そうだ
Yeah, that's right.
南條先
Once
生
you
が
consider
犯
that
人の
Dr.
一味
Nanjo might have been
で
one of
嘘
the
の死亡
culprits
宣
and
告をして
faked
い
the
たかもしれないと
pro
考えりゃ
faked the
話は変わ
proclamation
ってくる
of the
ぜ。
deaths. The whole story changes.
ほら
I see.
これも
That's
推理
also
物
a
のお
classic
約
trick
束じゃね
in
えか
mystery
よ。
novels, isn't it?
でも
But
南
Dr.
條先生も殺
Nanjo
され
was
たよ。
also killed, right?
と、 それは
About that.
そうさ南條先生は偽装師なんだ
That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death.
何しろ
After all,
南條先
there
生以
wasn't
外に
anyone
検視が
except
できる
Dr.
やつはいね
Nanjo
えし
who had examined the corpse
あの時は
properly.
もう混乱してる
Everyone
状
else was
況
really
か
confused then anyway.
本当に脈が止まっ
We
てるか
didn't
なん
have
て
any spare time to
のんびり
check
確かめ
to
てる
see if
暇
he
もな
still
かった
had
ぜ
pulse.
この論法なら
With this theory,
死者は誰
any
だ
one
って
of the
歩き
dead
回る
people
こと
could
に
have
な
been
る
walking around.
私たち最初の
I
6
think
人
it
は
would have been hard for
難
the
し
six
か
of
っ
us
たんじゃないか
who
と思い
died
ま
in the
す。
beginning to do that.
だって
After all,
シャ
the
ッタ
shutter
ーを
was
閉め
closed,
られた上に
and there was a padlock
内
that
側
couldn't
から
have
は
been
開けられ
opened
ない
from the
軟禁
inside.
状をかけられちゃいましたし。
そうだ
That's
ぜ。
right.
その
Mom
鍵
was
は
holding
母さん
onto
が
that
預かっ
key.
た。じゃあ
So
母さんも
was
犯人の
Mom
一員
one
だ
of
っ
the
てのか
culprits
よ。
too?
wait
Wait a sec.
いやいや最初
Maybe it
の
was
6人は無
impossible
理
for
そう
the
だな
first six, but in the
エヴァおば
case
さんた
of
ちは
Aniki's
外から
parents,
鍵をかけた
the
だけ
door
だ
was
ろ
only locked on the outside,
なら内
so
側
they
か
could
ら開けられるし
open it from the inside.
そうさ
That's right.
俺たちが
After
部
we
屋を
left
出
the
た
room, maybe they
窓から
jumped
飛び出
out
し
the
て
window
ボイラー室に
and got
先
into
回り
the
したと
boiler
か
room first.
苦しいか
Is that too much of a stretch?
あるいは
Or maybe Dr.
南條
Nanjo
先生
made a
も
mistake
検視
when
を
examining
誤っ
the
たとかな
corpses.
ほら
Look,
自分
he
でも
said
言ってた
himself,
ぜ
right?
検視
He
は
said
誤信
there's
率
a
が
very
高
high
いとかって
probability of making a mistake when examining a corpse.
うまく偽装したと
If
か
you disguise it well enough
身代わり死体
to
を用意
prepare
したとか
a
で
substitute
死をごま
body,
かしたんだ
you could fake your own death.
方法やトリックは
That's
これから考
the
えるとし
method
て
of trick when they use for
とに
later.
かくとにかく
You see? It's not that hard to
19
deny
人を否定することは
Nike's
そう
person
難しい
existed,
こと
right?
じゃないんだまし
Much
てや
less a
魔
witch,
女
right?
それだ
At
け
least
は
that must
断じてありえ
that
ない
much is completely impossible.
は
I don't know
あ
why
だ
you're
か
being
ら
so
さっきから
stubbornly to say
なんでかたくなに
that
みん
one
な
of
の
us is
中
the
に犯
culprit.
人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない
In
つ
other
まりバ
words,
トラ
you 誰
は
want to
親
suspect one of
族
your
の誰かを疑い
relatives.
たいんだよね
そういうわけ
That's
じゃ
not
ね
it.
ただその
It's just,
安
I
易に
can't
19人
easily
目を
accept
肯
that
定はで
19th
きない
person
し
existed. And even if one did, I
それ
think
は
you
人
should
間だって見地か
construct
ら
our
話を
argument
構築すべきであっ
from
て
the point of view that the culprit was a human.
それら全部を否定しきった
It'll
最後の
only
最
accept
後
that
で
it's a witch
苦し紛れに出てくるのが
in desperation.
魔女だろ
The
っ
very
て
end,
話をしたい
after
んだ
everything else had been disproved.
魔女なんてい
There's
る
no
わけ
way
ないだ
witches
ろ
exist, right?
なんでさっき
Why
か
has
らみんな
everyone been casually
魔女が
accepting
犯
that
人っ
the
てことで
culprit was a
ひょい
witch?
ひょい納得したがるんだ
Have you noticed that the scenery and background's getting a lot darker and darker?
そりゃ
I think it's a
身内
great
に
way
殺人犯がい
your
ると思
family
いた
loved
くねえ家
ones
族愛は
you
立
hate.
派さ
It's great. I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer.
でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ
But it's okay to let that fool you.
あれだけ大
Don't
勢
you
を
want
殺
to
した
find the
憎き
skeptical
犯人を見
culprit
つけ出し
who
たいと
killed
思
so
わね
many
えのか
people?
よ兄貴だって
And Nikki,
両
don't
親
you
の
want to
敵を見
avenge your
つけたい
parents?
だろ ジェシカだって
Jessica, don't you want to avenge Canon-kun? Hey, Kanekun, don't you want to avenge
シャノン
Shannon-chan?
ちゃんの敵を見つけシャノンちゃんだって
Chan,
自分を
you
殺した
should
の
at
が
least
誰なの
want
か知りたいはずだ
to know who was that killed you.
なんでこうパーンと
Why
全
has
面降伏
everyone
して
totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch?
お前ら
What's
さ
wrong
っ
with
き
you
から
all?
何なんだ
The foolish, short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pitifully, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistakes. I'm shocked.
バトラはさっ
I
きから
see. So
支
you
離滅裂な
repeating
こ
this
とを繰り
nonsense.
返しては
Thinking you
何かを
thought
分か
figure
ったよう
something
な
out.
気になってるだけ。だ
Battler.
から
So,
それで
what's next?
人間にどうや
How
って
would a human do it?
具体的に
In
は
practical terms, I mean.
そう聞くと
I
決まっ
imagine you
てバ
say,
トラは
I just can't
今は
imagine.
思いつかないけ
I
ど
just can't
と
think
か
of anything right now.
何かの
Or
仕掛け
with
で
some
とか
kind of device,
抽象的
using
な言葉で
abstract
逃げた
words
り
to
お
run
茶を
around
濁したり
in a way to evade the topic.
むしろ知りた
What I
い
really
よ
want
バト
to
ラ
know, Battler, is this.
どうしてベ
Why
アト
don't
リーチェ
you
を信
believe
じない
in
の
Beatrice?
いるのに
She
どう
exists.
して
So why don't you believe?
いねえからだよ
Because she doesn't exist.
魔女なんか
Witches don't
Ine.
exist.
いるわ
There's
けが
no
ねえ
way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitifying gaze quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだ
And
だっ
you're
こ
acting
の
like
わがままだぜ
you realize you're acting just like a spoiled brat, throwing a tantrum, right?
バトラ様、お気持
I
ちはわ
understand
か
your
ります
feelings,
が、
but
ベアトリーチェ様は
Beatrice
い
doesn't
らっしゃるの
exist.
です
Does exist.
バトラ君
Why don't
ど
you
うして
believe?
信じないんだい？これほどまで
Even
に
though there's
状
so
況証
much
拠は揃
proof.
ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔
I
女な
don't
んて
accept the argument that the witch
俺は
must
そ
have
んな
been
論法は
behind
認めね え
everything just because I can't explain it.
どうして電球
Does
が
this
明る
mean
くな
that
るの
if
か
you don't know
仕
how a
掛
light
けを
bulb
知らなきゃ
shines,
全て魔法って
then
こ
magic
と
is
に
the
なるの
cause?
か違うだろ
That's wrong. That's wrong, isn't it?
魔法じゃな
There's
きゃ
nothing
説明が
that
つか
can
な
be
いことなど
explained
存
without
在し
magic.
ない魔女だの
All
魔
of
法だのっ
this
てのは
about
思考
witches
の放棄
and
だ
magic is just an abduction of thought. An abdication of thought.
兄貴たちは
You just
わからね
surrendered
え
and
事件に
gave up
屈服
because
して
you don't
降
understand
参し
what
ただけ
happened.
なんだそうだ
Isn't
ろ
that right?
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても
It
信
looks
じない
like
ね
you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler.
誰か一人でも
If
信じな
even
か
a
ったら
single
奇
person
跡
doesn't
は起きない
believe, the miracle won't occur.
だから
So if
バ
you
トラの
don't
その
rethink
膨
your
大な思い
arrogant
込みを
theories,
改
the
めさせな
miracle,
きゃ
the magic
奇跡が
won't be
魔法
completed.
が完成しないんだよ
なん
Now
だ
I
な
see.
ようやく一旦
I
が見え
finally
てきたぜ
figured it out.
つまりお
So
前
in
ら
other
は
words,
俺
you
に
guys are trying
魔
to
女様
force
は
me to
存
say
在
the
する
witch
って言わ
exists,
せたいんだ
right?
ろ全員が
A
認めた
lie
嘘
that
は
everyone
真
accepts
実になる
becomes the truth.
そういうことだろ
And that's why this was all about? I am so
あい
sorry.
にくだなここばかりはあいにくだが
I keep going on about this.
そいつは
But that
全然
But
ダ
what
メだ
you're
ぜ
doing is all
お
useless.
断りだ
I refuse.
お前らが俺に
You
そう
guys
詰
are
めよう
all
からこそ
pressing me.
だからこそ
And
全
that's all
然ダメなんだ
useless. That's why it's all useless.
ふん
Why?
どうして
Sorry. But why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time?
魔女の存在を俺
If
に
you
認
want
めさせたいな
me
ら
to force
一
If
番
you
簡
want to
単
force
な
me
方
to
法があ
accept
るはずさ
that there's a witch, there's really an easy way.
それは
And it's not
人
the
間にはで
indirect
きな
way
い
of
から
saying
魔女
it must
な
be
んて
witch
いう遠回し
because
な方法
humans
じゃ
couldn't
ない
have done it.
魔女が魔法で
All
や
you
って
have to
みせ
do
た
is show me a
それを俺
witch
に見せるだ
doing
け
it
の
with
話なんだ
magic.
さらにだ
Furthermore, what
さっ
Maria
きマ
said
リアが言った
earlier
ことが一番
is
墓
what
穴を掘っ
really
た
dig her grave. You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracle or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. Battler, so rude. That easy mood following Battler's arrogant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, he knows that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. She gonna pop up? Ah, not yet. There she is! There's that girl! There's that girl! The witch is here! The witch is here! Lady Beatrice! Lady Beatrice! It's such an honor to be in your presence. Welcome to the witch's game board. What the heck? How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. What? Who? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you're invited to? How amusing indeed. This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. It's an honor to be graced by your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive Butler-kun's rant. This guy's just stubborn. He still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Oh, look at Beatrice having such a fun time. Dealing with such stupid, useless humans. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone, such as yourself, every once in a while. It's quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that 19th person, is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too? You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Is that right? Your power is a compensation. Why do you say Beatrice is Beatrice? I did? I don't know. I'm just so excited to finally meet the witch. Your powers of compensation aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down. Beirichi. I would say Beirichi. Okay. I heard it pronounced so many different ways. Or that way than the way I say it. You never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I said that that attitude of yours might be accents. That's what I think it is. I got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble showing yourself to us. But I don't believe in you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch, just because I can't explain it. And this keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I like to force into praising my name. I love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful! What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Let me ask you, a short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are ya? Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? Ah! The effect! With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle colored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Ah! Paige, what are you doing? The door in front of them, slightly open, but secured by the chain, was... Ah, darn it all. I need to get up again. I'll be right back. We'll finish the tea party in a few minutes. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that again. Alright. Let's finish up Beatrice's tea party. The door in front of them, slightly open but secured by chain, was... That's right. It was the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick.
さて
Very well.
このわずかな隙
Show me what you would
間
do
どうして見
through
せる
the small crack
バカ
back
多分
They probably had some
あの
device
アイスピ
to
ックを
shoot
打ち出す
those
射出機があるんだ。
ice picks.
そいつを使って
And they used that.
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上の
How
を
would they
どう
reach
狙う
Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far from this crack?
そして
And how would they reach
バスルームに
Hideyoshi
こもり
in the bathroom
扉を
with
閉
the
めた
door
秀
shut?
吉をどう狙うのか
Damn!
隙間はある。
There's a crack.
何か方法が
There
ある
should
は
be
ずなん
some
だ。
way.
お前に思いつかぬ
If you can't think of
わ
one,
らわがやってみせても
allow me.
ほう。
Oh,
魔女様ならど
how
う
would
やっ
a
て見せ
witch
るったん
do
だよ。
it?
お手並みを
Come on,
拝見してやろう
Let's
じゃ
see
ね
your
えか。
little trick.
バトラーベ
Battler,
アトリーチェに口の利き方
You're
が
being
存在
rude to Beatrice.
よいよ
How nice, how nice.
愉快な
With
男
a charming man.
それでこそ屈服させ
Now
る
make
楽
it
し
even
みが
more
増
fun
すと
to
いう
force him into submission.
そんなに俺に
You really want
つま先に
to
キス
make
を
me
させて
kiss
いく
your
なよ。
toes that much?
俺が降参した
Only
ら
if
な
I surrender.
だが見て
But
ろ。
watch. I'll
きっと俺が
explain.
このトリックを
I'll
暴い
definitely
て
expose this trick.
逆にてめえ
And
を
I'll make
俺
you
のケ
kiss
ツに
my
キス
ass
させてやる
instead.
ぜ。
What a
愉快
delightful
な男
man.
よ覚えておこう
I remember that
そ
promise.
の約束弱き魔女は
Weak,
力
weak
を得るため
witches
に
kiss the
悪魔の
behinds
尻
of
にキ
demons
ス
to
を
gain power.
それを超える
Because
屈
there's
服の
no
誓いは
more
ないから
There's no more humiliating oath.
なそこまで言
Just
わせ
being
たから
told
こ
that
そ
makes me want to
わ
force
ら
you
はお
into
前を屈
surrender.
服させてみたくなる
Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, the golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでな
Come
さい
on,
な子供
arise, children.
我こ
I am the
そ
guide of
煉獄
purgatory.
の案内人大罪を
Forgive the
許
deadly
すし7
sins
つの
and
悔いを
hold
も
the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the 7 deadly sins of people.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス
Beelzebub, Asmodeus,
さあさあ
come,
罪を許しなさい
forgive the sins.
罪人の
Release the
魂を
spirits
解
of
放
the
なさい
sinners.
うわ
What? The picks of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were sucking through the crack of the door, like biller balls struck by a cue stick. Then several scattered noises refracted throughout the walls, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood, and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down to
ど
the
真ん
middle.
中というところよ見てみる
They definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. Moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stakes was buried deep into the Cannon's chest. Damn it! Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Badge-sama? He can get the words out. Please, forgive him. I think Kennington has repented enough. Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me. Don't screw with me! You think I'll accept your assistance because of this cheap act? Like hell, you're 1,000 years old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks for the mystery genre. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All the crimes can be explained with a human tricks. You explain my 1,000 years replace 100 years of humans? Good. Good. That's what I like about you. Foolish Battler. Get it up, Battler-kun. You can't go against the witch. Uh-oh. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread through the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like the redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
Shadow! Shadow!
Hang in there. Hang in there. What's going on? Damn it. What the hell is the red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce Battler finally realized. Please, Battler-kun. Please believe in Beatrice. I beg you. Because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moment in that storehouse was repeated once again. Shannon! Shannon! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
そうやめろ
Stop it,
やめろ
stop
やめ
it,
ろ
stop it, stop it, stop it.
シャを恥ず
Don't
かしめる
humiliate the dead.
シャを
Don't
恥ずかしめる
humiliate the dead. But next, who fell? This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. Wait, are you talking about the redness in the thing? Oh, it is. What did the card say? Ushimiya George, missing. Even though everyone was getting along so well, after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterward, the demons chewed him to bone, and he went to hell. Aww. Ushimiya Jessica, missing. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. Hello, how you doing? Breezy Bear TV? Oh, that's a cute name. Oh, thank you for the follow! Hello! Yeah, we're at the very end of we're about to be at the end of the tea party for episode 1. I love all these cards. I didn't know the game had this. Just chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Who's next? Let's go with Maria. Missing. Of course, that'd be Maria. You heard about the game, never got into it? Ah, it's so amazing. We're at the very end of the first episode. Then we're gonna probably come back to it later. Ushimiya Battler. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy, all come to nothing. Let's see. Wait, what happened in the first episode? In the first episode 6? Episode 6. But which one was episode 6? I forgot. Episode 6 is... I think that's Dawn of the Golden Witch. And there's too many spoilers. It goes too crazy. But for the... basically to run it down for this one, we got this huge family tree. This greedy, awful family. They go to the island for kind of like a getaway. Well, it's getaway for the kids. It's more or less the excuse for the parents to argue over their father's inheritance. And while they're arguing, they get a letter from Beatrice, the Golden Witch, a figure of mystery on the island. And while everyone thinks the witch is nothing but a figment of imagination, people start to die in strange, mysterious ways that can only really make sense if you believe in magic. And at the very end of the story, basically everyone dies, but we're not really sure how they die. And this segment is the tea party section, which is supposed to act like something like Higurashi segments, where you get this weird meta narrative where all the characters are going over the mystery. Until here, their battler, the dumb boy, starts to realize that, hey, there's no way witches can exist. I may be dead and a ghost, but witches can exist. And then the witch finally shows herself, and basically things are going to shit, because he won't believe in magic in the witch herself. And this is Beatrice, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans, to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Batman was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitiful, clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Wrong button. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. Stop it. Stop it. What did Nikki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! Battler? Don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Hey, don't talk about Beatrice like that. Are you okay, Jessica? Nikki? George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and rib cage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Battler, quickly, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve. Maria is all over your body too. I revive all the dead with my magic. But as long as you don't believe in that magic, will hold no true power. But I'm sure that man like yourself won't surrender to something like that. Like this, right? But, Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch. But, Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Jessica. Jessica's gone too. Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftover. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up, it was impossible to tell them apart. Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over. So there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed. I will forgive you. I'll never forgive you. Oh, the music's starting. Another quick thing about Umineko that you need to know about. This has the best OST of all time. Not one of the best. It is the best. It's a Universal Law. A witch. Magic. I'll risk my body and soul to destroy you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Not that you've gone so far to piss me off. I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me Ushimi Battler your enemy. I'll deny you, no matter what. No matter how baffling things get. It can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell you from this world. Well said, Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come on, explain. Try explaining it with all human tricks. And learn how lowly humans are. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. Tell me, you call yourself Battler? What about Maria's letter? How were the 6 killed? The shutter? The receipt sill? The closed room with the chain? Cannon in the boiler room? And the others in the lounge? Natsu's suicide? The riddle of the epitaph? The location of the hidden gold? Yes, Battler! Why don't you show me the power of humans? Oh, Beatrice, you're such a silly lady. Super bit. Ah, that's the ending. That was one of the endings. I think there's a little bit more at the very end. Yeah, I watched the anime and read the manga before this, so we should be meeting at least 2 more characters right before the very end of this. I can't remember what song this one is. I think this is Last Coordinator, or the Last Conductor. It's not Golden Slaughter. I think this one's Last Conductor. Umineko na kokoro na ni. Rondo the Witch in Reasoning. You really had to shoot the screen. Stop doing that. Probably one of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Your sisters can be so wild. Uh-oh. Addition of new elements. Blank has been added. You can find this new feature on the title screen. Oh, 7th mod. Thank you for making this awesome mod. Okay. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not humans. Okay. This is it. The 2 best. I'm sure about this part. These are going to be the 2 best characters of this whole epic book. The void. Hello, Beatrice. What sort of black tea shall I prepare next? Allow me to display every refined tea that was ever shall be made. There she is! Lady Burncastle, the Witch of Miracles. Welcome to my screen. Dry plum black tea. The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack. For 1,000 years, I've been fond of black tea. I did not know of such a thing. I will never tire of living in this world. Beato, you don't have to display such hostility. I am just a wandering witch. I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory. Hostility? I bear nothing of the sort. I am just terribly concerned when it comes to the legendary witch. Lady Burncastle is well attended to. You misunderstood. I am powerless. Before a witch such as you, who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I'm completely powerless. That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what's truly terrifying. After all, that great witch, Lady Landadelta, was dethroned by you. I love Beatrice. She's so good. She knows how to address Lady Landadelta, calling her the Great Witch. I only won an endurance contest. She simply got tired. That is not what Lady Landadelta said, though. Too much humility can be unseemly, Lady Burncastle. She just left. That girl has a dreadful power. The power to kill an individual without fail. However, without fail doesn't exist in this world. No matter how many times you divide one, you can never reach zero. That girl has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost exactly zero. The power to give rise to almost perfect certainty. Yes, praise Lady Landadelta. I hope I never have to fight such a terrifying witch again. However, you have the power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds are not zero. Though you say without fail doesn't exist in this world, you possess an almost ineffable power yourself. How very terrifying. The power to kill an individual endlessly. I think you're the more terrifying one. You jest. From your point of view, mine is just a trifling power. This is most certainly what one would call empty praise. Call it flattery to make up for the cost of staying here. I am a feeling traveler who crosses the fragments, constantly running from boredom. I simply came around because I heard you started something interesting. Have no doubts that I will choose to leave as soon as you are no longer interesting. I, Beatrice, am deeply and humbly delighted to have the great Lady Burncastle as an observer. And so, your impressions? Landadelta is terrifying because of her cruelty, but she is a girl I can understand. You do seem to be capable of affection, but I can't understand you at all. That makes you more terrifying than her. I am fickle by nature. Do you forgive me? Besides, I believe you also enjoy entrusting your fate to the roll of the fickle dice, right, Lady Burncastle? When I roll the dice, I have a roll I purely want to get. Unlike you, on the other hand, never let the dice fall from your hand. So, whoever the roll might have been, you're never disappointed. Whoever roll the dice shows you, you're satisfied without fail. In that sense, you far surpass me. You're the only one I don't want to fight with. Inside of you, there's nothing but 0. That's why I can't win against you with my power. It's the worst compatibility. Perhaps Lambda Delta, on the other hand, has a good compatibility against you, since she would be able to kill your endless nature. Oh yes, the witches truly are the best people to enjoy black tea with. One doesn't get bored. I wish I could attend a witch's tea party. So lively. Then I'm relieved. Boredom is the only poison that can kill me. So, don't kill me, okay? Lady Beatrice, endless witch. If such is your wish, I, Beatrice, shall show you an even better time. In that case, wouldn't it be best if I brought the next chessboard in right away? It seems the next tale would do more for you than another cup of black tea. She's puzzled. Just wait for a moment. Alright, Beatrice going to set up game number 2. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I really like to lend you my power, but as you just heard, that girl's power and mine have a very bad compatibility. I can say the word. Unfortunate as that may be, you really are pitiful, so I'll help you out a bit. In case you didn't tell, yes, Lady Burncastle is talking to us. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman. Get what I mean? In other words, she's not some human. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world. To beat her, we have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them. Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching the game. First, take a good look at the chessboard. Then, learn the movement and rolls of the pieces. Then, look for the conditions required to win the game. When you manage to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed. After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. I am being quite
私も気
generous.
前がいいわね。かつて人
In
の
the
身だった
past,
頃、
when I had a human
私は
body,
たったこれだけのことを気
it
づ
took
く
me
の。
100 years to notice even this much.
これはベアト
This
に
is
囚わ
my
れ
meager
た
farewell
哀れなあな
gift
た
to
へ
you.
のささやかな
The
宣言。
pitiful one captured
さなが
by
ら一本
Beto.
のスプーン。
It's just like a spoon.
スプーンは
A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup.
あなたを閉じ
You
込
can
める
use it to
赤
dig
炉を
through the,
掘り抜き、
the prison you locked
魔女
in.
の目玉をえぐる
Or
武器に
as
もな
a
る。
weapon to gouge out the witch's eyes.
もち
Of course,
ろん永遠の
you
赤
can
炉
also use the
の
spoon
中
to continually
水のような
sip
ス
the
ープを
watery
延
soup
々とすすり続
inside
け
your
るのに
eternal
も使
cell.
えるだろうけど、勘違いし
Don't
ない
get
で
the wrong
ほしい
idea.
のは、
I have no intention of becoming your
あなたの
ally.
味方のつもりはないということ。あなたに感
I
情
do
移
not
入
feel
はするけ
empathy
れ
for
ど、
you,
あな
but
たの手助
I
けは
won't
しない。
help you.
あなたが
It's like I'm
テ
sitting
レビ
in
の
front
上
of the
で
television,
その向こうの人
yelling
物
at
に
you
いくら
on
エ
the
ール
other
を送って
side,
も届か
even
ない
though
の
my
に
voice
似る
won't reach you.
だから
You do
私が
understand
魔女
that
だ
I'm a witch,
わかる
right?
でしょ。
Oh, Lady Burncastle, I know, I know.
私は
I tend to
ベア
enjoy
ト
this
がこれ
endless
から
tale
紡
that
ぐ
Beto is
無
going to
限の
weave
物語を
until I tire
飽き
of
るまで
it.
楽しむつもり。でも
But that alone won't
きっと
hold
そ
my
れじゃ飽きちゃ
interest.
うから。だから
That's why I'll
あ
lend
な
you
た
my
に
power.
力を貸すの。私が
It's
飽
also
きな
that
い
I
ため
don't get tired of this.
私は世界で
I am
一
the
番残
cruelest
酷な魔
witch
女な
in
の。
the world.
どんな相手でも
Whoever
絶
the
対に
opponent may
屈
be,
服させる。
I'll make them surrender with certainty. Wait, with certainty? That's not really your thing. That's more of your girlfriend's thing.
無限の魔
Even
女。
if
ベア
it's
トリーチェであって
Beatrice,
もね。
the endless witch. Okay.
お前は私の駒よ。
You are my game piece. That's what we are to these witches. We're just pieces on a game board.
せいぜい頑張りなさい。
Give it your best shot.
あの子の目を盗んで、
I'll give you advice
時折助言
sometimes
を与える
out
わ。
of her sight.
私を退屈させないでね。
Don't bore me, okay? Alright, we won't Lady Burncastle. Huh. Thought she said one more thing in this part. I guess it's probably the tea party for episode 2. We done? Okay. Just into the new game board. The next episode lock has been removed. Additional features. You can find these new features on title screen. Oh. That's a new thing. Tips. No, don't do that now. Okay, so, yeah. That was the whole ending of episode 1. The final chapter, the 2 tea parties. And oh my god, I've been on for 4 hours and 7 minutes. Oh boy. Don't worry, I'm starting to feel a bit tired. Let's move over here for a second. But yeah, I'm going to go. But yeah, for quick, if you haven't picked it up, these witches, well, if they're witches at all, maybe the witches don't exist. Maybe they're just figments of the game board. Maybe they're just figments of your imagination. Bye-bye, Ali. But yeah, they're not just simple spellcasters. They're basically gods that exist on a conceptual level. But yeah, I do need to go. We probably won't be playing Umineko for a minute, because I do want to try to finish Higurashi first. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Love you guys. We're doing Honkai again. Okay. I love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, Breezy Bear, for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And hopefully I'll see you sometime soon. Alright, everybody. Have a good night. Or evening, morning. Wherever you be in the world. And if you're a good person, pray to your witch. And pray that you do not bore her.